Yo, what's up, Beanie? Good morning. What's up, Skelt? Wowee. Wow, that global ad patch. Woo. By the way, we got 2K rolling again today. I got rid of the medium, the middle video quality too. I feel like it doesn't make any sense to have like 480 or what is the other one? 5 something or another. Those resolutions don't make sense because other people are watching in 2K, 1080p, or 720p, and if they're not watching in those, they're probably going down to the minimum and just turning this shit into a radio, right? Good news now. There's nothing really in there. Nothing substantial. I think primarily UI shit. Let's see, we need a channel. Oh, fuck me. Realized I forgot to untag the warrior. Oh. Still not 68, Jeezel, man, you're slow. What can I say? Your mother keeps occupying all my time. By the way, how you doing, Renegade? Good morning. Okay, need a channel. Let's run you to the love channel. Give this person approximately 30 seconds to come back from AFK. They are idling there. Maybe they're taking a dump. Oh, never mind, they disappeared. I need to go get node war buff or house buff. Maybe that's what he was doing too. Make me be this life off from me. I cannot get a freebie. Not that it matters. I'm gonna be grinding anyways, but I hate when this shit bugs out like this and none of your furniture renders. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Testing? 1, 2, 3. Microphone says you guys can hear me. Oh, you know what, too? I should go and grab the Battle Arena buff. No? Oh, I need to restart my client too. Yo, Nikatsu, I saw your picture and I was like, that kind of looks like that little post sticking up behind your monitor. I was like, that kind of looks like my post. What does this buff give? Just more breath XP. 10%. Okay, I need to restart my client. My FPS a little low. Post another pic? Let's see. I can't really tell what monitor stand you have from there, but I'm starting to think it's different though, looking at the base of it. I have a triple monitor setup too, but I'm not a fan of doing the one above. I feel like you're cranking your neck to look up at it. It's a double clamp? Oh yeah, mine's just a flat base. It's like a giant metal boomerang shaped base. That's probably about 3 millimeters thick and extends forward towards me. And the nice thing about it is I use it as my cup holder. One thing that would be cool would be to actually get like the thing I like about my desk is the top is solid, don't get me wrong. But if I ever wanted to, I could get a giant piece of wood and make my own custom top for it, and it would be really easy to fit it to all the machinery, right? Because it's a sit-stand desk. And part of me wants to do that and get engraved in the desk the shape of my monitor stand, so the base can actually sit just in the desk, and then the top of the base would be flush with the desk. I feel like that would be sick. Have you installed that new update yet, Kinjara, from NVIDIA? I've been waiting, giving it a few days, see if there's anybody freaking out. Yeah, me neither. There you go. Got my 100 FPS back. Yo, what's up, Knight? Good morning. Knight, you have a new man to be loyal to. Mr. Dukes. Slade. Here, let me just pull it up on screen. Ba-boom. He almost choked, though. At least he choked in the middle this time, though. He was up 5-0. Dukes was up 5-0. And then he gave up like 4 in a row. Then he won another. And then Dragor won another. And then Duke's won the next 4. Discord is auto-enabling, always on game clipping. I wonder if mine's on. I don't want clipping. Where would that setting be? Under voice and video? For game overlay? Enable overlay, enable overlay clickable regions, use compatible. Like everything's already turned off. There. Top list under notifications. Notification settings. Wait 1 second. Oh, here we go. I don't see this setting. I clicked on notifications. Wait, I don't have that setting. I don't have clips. I don't have that setting at all right under notifications. Huh? Do I have a different Discord than you guys? I legit don't even have that setting. Oh, mine does say there's an update ready. 1 second. Let me update Discord. Let's see if the setting pops up. Okay, it's updated. Settings. Nope, the option still isn't there. Yeah, I obviously have hardware acceleration off. Oh my goodness. Hey, at least you saved a stone. That's 1 stone you didn't have to use for the pity. Sycraia memory fades away. What do you mean fades away? I'm fucking grinding here. Shoulda, coulda, woulda been a... Yeah. Or your Shining Alchemy Stone. Isn't that the exact same chance? Who's the new what? What are you even asking? There's always a new class coming out. But we don't know shit about it. You gotta wait till the ball, my friend. All we know is it's Deadeye's brother. Or they suggested it's Deadeye's brother. That's all we know. But that doesn't tell us anything. I like how I say, all we know is it's Deadeye's brother, and then someone immediately asks, was there a leak? I don't even know why I talk. Because these words clearly don't mean a goddamn fucking thing. Don't you dare stick that tongue out at me. You get it back in your mouth right now. How many cat emotes do we have? Nunchuck? Nunchuck would be cool. Or whip class. I want something interesting like that. I mean, we kind of have a whip. Lawn's, you know, even though it's technically not a whip, it's kind of a whip. I want a paladin. That's what I want. I want, actually, one of two things. I want like a blood knight, a class that uses dark magic to siphon. It doesn't have to be male or female, but uses blood magic to siphon health from its allies, like an actual drain tank. Or a paladin, like a genuine paladin that's primarily focused on like support. Either of those two things have the highest probability of getting me off stage. No, there's nothing Blood Knight about Seraph at all, about that dark form. And there's nothing paladin about her either. She's just a warrior with wings. There's nothing paladin about that. You couldn't even call her Paladin from Temu or anything. Even that would be too generous. I'm hoping my suspicions are true. You got Wukong, which is like male Lon. You have, then you have, Seraph, which is female warrior. And I'm hoping Deadeye's brother is male Sork. Because there is some hints that he will use a gun scythe. Is Wukong really good? Thoughts? It's an okay 1v1 class. It is an amazing grinding class. Was there a leak? think I need to go see my doctor and get some medication. I think I'm getting an ulcer. Why's my AP feel a little bit lower? Oh, Elk Zone's not on. Wait, why does it feel like I turned my Elk Zone on? My AP went even lower. What is going on? Why is my AP so fucking low? The only leak. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna read that. Why is my AP low though? I have house buff. Like I'm missing the Node War buff. I guess that's it. I guess it's the Node War buff. Fuck, that means I gotta... I'd either drop these artifacts or put in some AP, I guess. So beat it. Just beat it. I guess I could run these. 10 more AP. Give up half the DR, but get 10 more AP. That puts me still 16 under. I normally grind this spot without house buff, though, and I'm still, like, towering over the AP requirement. What is going on here? Because if I normally have house buff, Node War buff, which is 25, but I don't have house buff, which is minus 15, that means I should only be down 10 AP. And I'm normally much higher than that. So what the fuck? Species damage doesn't apply here. The fuck? The birthday buff. Yeah, I guess there's that too. But even yesterday, compared to yesterday. Let me take a look at my VOD from yesterday. No, I got the right artifacts on. These are the ones I normally grind with, the XP ones. Let's see yesterday. Okay, I am grinding with 1967. But I have no house buff. I am Z buff though. I have Node War buff, but no house buff. I'm 18 AP off. What could be 18 AP? At most, the Node War buff should be 10, right? There's your problem. There's the 8 from the 18, and then the 10 from the Node War. Okay. There's your problem. There's your problem. Still 8 AP shorter than I'd prefer to be, though. You can use horse buffs in your guild manner as long as you have Krogdala's horse. Yeah. And while I'm Z-buffed, I'm over the cap. So, and I'm going to be Z-buffed most of the time, so it's not that big of a deal. I wish the horse buff lasted for 3 hours. Be cool that when I go to the manor to get my house buff, I could get my horse buff at the same time. Have it last the whole time, but I am not swapping every hour to go to guild manor. Not a chance. I accidentally forgot to put myself on the dummies last night. So I was the dummy. Did Hugh stop streaming BDO? It would appear so, yeah. Occasionally I see him on streaming Aeon, but that's it. Yo, what's up, John? By the way, you guys, I brought the 2K stream back today. I don't know how much... there's something I want to test, a theory. Shit, I shouldn't have grabbed that. I should have saved that for the next rotation. I didn't even notice. I'm hoping that my theory is wrong. Because I'd really like to stream with these settings today for Crimson Desert. I think with a game that beautiful and a PC with as crazy hardware as I have, it'd be sick to stream that at the best possible quality. I think the talent is fixed depending on which one you use. This chat is just no more BDO. Yeah. Oh, just wait. Wait till I start streaming Crimson Desert. It's gonna be the same thing. You quit BDO? You quit BDO? Yeah, they released on Facebook. No, Facebook, sorry. They released the specs a while ago. A few days ago. I was gonna say, there's no shot that person didn't even look. I know. There's reason to be concerned, but I think blowing the lid off the place this early, you're just being a Karen. I don't know how good that DRM is at actually preventing piracy, but now you also got to be concerned that maybe people complaining about performance, that they're using that to mask their real concern, which is being unable to pirate the game, right? There might be a bunch of people out there who want to pirate it and are like, no, fuck, no, we can't pirate it. Let's complain about performance and see if we can get them to cancel it. Yeah. And you would expect them to do that too, right, Kanjara? Especially when you consider, like, how much there's been talk about performance. Yeah, I don't know shit about any of those DRM stuff and how long it takes to crack it or whatever, but all I know is it's silly to assume that Pearl Abyss didn't take that into consideration when releasing the performance specs. And if they did, which apparently they've confirmed, then that actually makes the engine even more impressive. If that shit has the potential to cause performance issues like people are saying, and those specs and the performance we've been seeing is with that already in there, then that makes their engine potentially even more impressive. This is what I'm hoping happens to the market, right? If all the hardware starts stalling because of memory shortages and shit, maybe the developers will start working harder and optimizing their shit, and the companies that don't will just fall behind, right? Because I do feel like over the last decade, there's been a lack of optimization going on because people have been just crutching on new generations of hardware coming out every year, being able to brute force their shit. Ashes of Creation. When that shit released, when they delayed that shit because they apparently wanted to redo it on the new Unreal Engine, and then it came out looking and running the way it did, that was the immediate red flag. It was like, what the fuck? I feel like with Unreal Engine 5 being like such a buzzword when it comes to new engines, right? I think when they announced, they saw an opportunity that, hey, if we tell everybody we're doing this on Unreal 5, they're going to get even more excited and we're going to get more money. We're going to get more of, we're going to sell more of those founder packs or whatever the fuck they were selling. I hate situations like that so much, not because it makes me think that the companies are scummy, but because of the, like, it's just gonna create a more and more difficult environment for real Kickstarters, real little, like, indie companies to try to start up. Because as you guys see more and more of these scams happening, people are just going to lose all trust in that shit. All the ball and gun gamers are gonna bounce off of Crimson Desert so fast. What's a ball and gun gamer? I'm not. I don't think I've heard that term before. I know ball and gag. Shut up. Those are your favorite type, aren't they? No, having some criticism of it and being worried, like concerned about how it could affect things is certainly something worth mentioning. But like there are some people who are already like fucking screaming from atop of a hill like their world just ended, and I feel like that is really premature. Casual gamers that usually play sports games and shooters. Ah, see, I had a feeling that's what the gun part was referring to. I wasn't sure about the ball part, but that does make sense, the sports part of it. Okay, what's this clip? Wait, what? Is hailing it? Am I a tamer? Awakening Sage is so back, Cal. Just hit him with that BSR impaling. Knock that little rat off his fucking invisible dog. We are so back. We are so back! Does it still knock? Yeah, it does. Impaling Flash is like one of the best abilities in the game for knocking people off mounts. Yeah, it sounds like you just described the whole video community, Dead Octopus. Nice static wing. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I find really funny too, Dead Octopus, is we will get a new actual expansion, and then people will spam R to get through it as fast as possible, and then they'll complain now that they, oh my god, I can't believe that was so short. Holy, it's like like Land of the Morning Light, you can knock out that shit in what, like 4 or 5 hours, or it could take you like 30 hours. Now, Land of the Morning Light, I get it. By the time you got to like the 5th story, you realize that it was like the same story pattern every time. Different story, but same pattern, and that kind of becomes very uninteresting. But like Adonia, I thought that was fantastically done. I thought they did a good job with Adonia. See, I disagree. I think BDO actually has a good story. I think the problem is it's just like drip fed to us over long periods of time, and they're really bad at telling it. So not only do you become disconnected from it because you have to wait so long between getting a new chunk of the story, but there's also side stories going on that don't really feel related to the story, but over time they come together and starts to make more sense. And yeah, they just are bad at it, bad at telling the story in a way that, you know, gamers want to listen to a story. Like Lekrashan just said there, right? Sitting there in town listening to an NPC yap to another NPC for 4 minutes to then immediately have to go walk 10 feet to another NPC and listen to the next yap sesh. Like, people want to be playing or doing something while the story is going on, right? So like they should have like a kill quest nearby that you go do. It's like kill 1,000 mobs, and while you're doing that kill quest, you have like 2 NPCs yapping at the bottom of your screen. I think people would be able to stay a lot more engaged with the story if it was told like that. But think of it like a television series, right? It's very easy to, like, if you had to wait like months and months between episodes of a TV series, you'd lose interest in it. It would have to be one fucking phenomenal story for you to not. So I don't think there's a problem with the story. I think there's a problem with how they tell it. And that's why I'm not going to hold my breath on Crimson Desert story. I'm going to try my best. And I definitely won't be skipping shit. Hopefully I don't accidentally skip shit out of habit. But I have a feeling that will happen a time or two. But I don't have high expectations for their story. Yeah. And I feel that is the same way too. I feel the same way about it. I have low expectations of the story. I just want to get lost in an adventure. And I think if it does that really well, I think that's what they're aiming for. I mean, that's practically what Will said on multiple podcasts, right? And interviews. I think that's a W. The story doesn't have to be phenomenal. The story is kind of like icing on the cake. I'm curious about all these different systems they've been showing us over time and how deep they are. Because if they're all really shallow, then... yeah. Because, like, the thing, too, that makes me worried about how shallow it is that one picture where we saw a skill tree. And I don't even know if it's safe to call it a skill tree. It was more of like a skill twig. But, right... it hasn't even released, and they're very obviously going to want to try to keep some mystery. So maybe that expands, right? Maybe that was just like, maybe you unlock the tree and it gets bigger and bigger as you progress. And that's just like the beginning of it, right? We don't know any of that until we actually get our hands on it and start playing. Yeah, and I still consider that like a twig compared to, you know, what we see in other skill trees. And flicks your nuts? Holy. Can I quickly show my crystal setup? There's nothing fancy with my crystals. Crystals are pretty generic in BDO. For PvE. Practically use the same setup everywhere. And as you get higher AP wise, then you can put in more DP. I never got to play it on keyboard and mouse. When we got to play it in LA, I played it on controller, so I'm not entirely sure. I've never played BDO on controller. I've never played Crimson Desert on keyboard and mouse, so. I have a feeling it is, though. Because, like, depending on the way you're moving, so depending on whether you were going left, right, sprinting, standing still, your inputs would be different, right? Your action would be different. So that implies to me that you will have, like, some, you know, if you do use keyboard or mouse, there will be like WLMB, W, or maybe I could definitely see there being similarities, but we won't know for sure how much similarities there are. Yeah, I don't think Crimson Desert needs a skill tree like Path of Exiles. I think Path of Exile pushes that shit to the extreme, right? You definitely don't need skill trees as that deep. But take a look at like original Diablo, right? Not really much of a skill tree there. Original Diablo 4 and 3. Although Diablo 4 is expanding it soon. So that should be interesting. All I know is if I'm able to make Cliff play like a sage, that's what I'm playing, baby. I better be able to find an ancient Cabellius. My theory might be true. This is interesting. I'm gonna actually restart the stream very briefly after this chat. After this orb. Ooh, chat. Is this it? Actually, maybe not. No. No bueno. Not bad though. Second orb of the day, or I guess third orb of the day. Shit, I didn't even see that other one. I feel like the BDO community will never be happy. Before the pity system, like think of how enhancing is involved over the years. First, nobody used crons. Everybody was like, there should be some way to protect our shit. And then they added it, right? Then there became a way to protect your shit. Oh no, I could fail forever. There should be a way to make it so there's a safety net. So they had the pity system. Now people are like, oh no, the pities are too high. They need to bring it down. So, like, it's very clear there's no end to this. It's going to eventually reach the point where people are just like, I just want to be able to buy this item. I just want to collect this amount of resources and exchange it for the item. Like, it's very clearly that's where it's going to evolve to if Pearl Abyss keeps listening to the community. Because there is no making them happy. Yeah? Is that why you have a deck weapon, Cavell? Oh wait, that's right, you don't. Never mind. Fucking dumbass. You can't buy deck Adani armors, you can't buy deck weapon, you can't buy deck accessories. Cavell is like 600 gear score. Yeah, no, the pity system is great. I think the pity system, this is the thing, right? Is there's a limit to how lucky you can get, but there was no limit to how unlucky you could get. And you could have people in the past spend 10 times the value of an item. Even though it's highly unlikely, they could spend 10 times the value of the item. Where the luckiest you could get is just a one-shot, right? So if you take a look at, like, let's say the average cost, right? The average cost of an item, let's say, was 200 bill. Well, if you one-shot it, you spent maybe like what? 30 bill on that one click? But you could have somebody who spent 2 trillion silver and still doesn't have the item. That's a massive difference, right? So I think having a pity system, a little safety net, is good. And I think having a way to stop yourself from going backwards in progression is also good. Because it feels miserable when you put in a week's worth of a grind, like, and then your Tet Debo downgrades to try after you spent a week grinding for crons and trying to buy them. Like, that's fucking miserable. That's a miserable system. So I fully get that. But man, people are just, they want the pity system to be easier and easier and easier and easier and easier. And people will be like, oh, it should only be double now. But we all know that once it's double, people are going to start complaining, well, like, oh no, the pity system should be the same cost as the item. Like, it's very clear that that's the way where this is going. And then guess what? Once they make the pity system the cost of the item, then people are going to complain that some people get lucky. Well, you shouldn't be allowed to get lucky. And then they change the system, so now there is no chance. You just save up the value of the item in enhancing materials and exchange it. This is the road that we're going down. I fucking hate it. Yeah. I know, I like the safety net we have now. I actually think Karazad is a little low, but it's not a big deal. I definitely don't think we should ever go lower than Karazad. And I'll agree that the sovereign weapons are a bit high. But I think somewhere right in between would be perfect. But I just know, like I said, my argument isn't that they shouldn't adjust sovereign. It's just if you look down the road we've gone down with complaints, people will never be happy until there's a fixed cost and you can't have lucky people getting lucky and there is no chance for you to get unlucky. That's the road we're headed down. And the thing is, once we get to that point, people will still be unhappy. People will still complain, well, oh man, this feels boring. Progressing in this game is boring. People are legit never happy. Never happy. Oh yeah, adjusting pities for gear that's like for example, we already have an example of this in the game. When sovereign weapons are added to the game, making black stars more accessible, 100% agree. And I think that they should have already done that with Fallen God armors. I think once an item becomes the a second tier item, right? Or you know, maybe I guess that depends on the way you look at tiers. When it becomes replaced, when an item is replaced by a newer item, then making the previous item more accessible makes perfect sense. Because you don't want it to be impossible to ever catch up, right? Well, now he's not going to give you his Discord. I know, right? This fucking Kinjara guy. I thought for sure, hey, I'm unlucky with my armors. This is gonna pay off. I'm gonna get my alchemy stones. Nope. I'm just unlucky. Can you get it at a telescope telly? I'm on Serendia too if you want to telescope to me. You know what's so nice about the telescope? Back in the day, people would be like, hey, Zeth, you got to summon? Hey, Zeth, you got to summon? Hey, Zeth, you got to summon? And then I'd be like, no, I used it. No, I used it. No, I used it. Or I want to save it for somebody. It's like, yeah, I got it, but you got to wait for so-and-so. I said I'd summon them. Now, yeah, people just being like, yo, can I TP to you? They use their own treasure item. It's fucking perfect. Telescope was such a sick addition. So I was trying to get back to town quick last night, so I looked at somebody on the level 49 ult in my guild, and I swapped to their channel, because I'm like, yeah, they're probably fishing like Velia Beach or something. I fucking TP'd to him. Man was in the middle of the ocean on his fucking boat! I had to fucking swim to shore after. Oh, because both my maps were on cooldown. It said something like Saucin Islands or something. I was like, huh? Okay, probably off like in Media or something like that. No, he was like way off the coast of Media. I always ask before I do some shit like that. I should have asked in guild. Anybody in town that I could TP to and then just TP to them. But I figured, yeah, I'd been probably safe bet with a level 49 fishing ult. Why did I get CC'd there? Oh, my villa and stuff is not popping. There we go. Yeah, the thing is I didn't want to do that much effort. Having to take my crystals off and then die and then spawn alien. That's too much work when I could just fucking telescope to somebody. Then I gotta put my crystals back on after. I didn't want to manually run. I wanted to just auto path. Tell you, I really didn't want to swim though. The worst part is, so I TP'd to him and he was on his boat in the ocean. I summoned my horse, but it won't let you mount your horse while you're on a boat. So I jumped in the water hoping I could hop on my horse from the water, and it still wouldn't let me. I was like, well, that's fucking nice. It would give you a list of people who are eligible and their location on the map. That would be kind of cool if there was an option. Yeah, you use your telescope and it opens up your map and shows all the people where they're at. That would be cool. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking too, Boop. That'd be cool. I'd like that. Make it so you have to get 2 telescopes and a second Elton piece, and you use the Elton piece to combine the 2 telescopes, and you have binoculars, and it upgrades it to that functionality. Ooh, that'd be cool. Upgradable treasure items? That'd be kind of sick. I don't believe so. If you just send me a message, I can, if you X up, I can invite you. Are you trying to invite me and it's not working? Can I trade my 15 vodkins for a second, Elton? You fucking should be able to. They should give something. I personally think that they should do with treasure pieces the same thing that they do with like maps for sea monster hunting, where you can actually go to like an NPC and exchange 3 vodkin pieces for a basically another chance, right? Where it gives you an item back, like a little box, and you open it and it has a random one of the pieces from that area. So you at least have something to do with your extra treasure items. You could sell for 50 bill? Now that'd be crazy. Holy. They would definitely have to make it based on the treasure item. Because otherwise, like if it was 50 bill, I'm pretty sure that would make like Ackman the best grind spot in the game. Shit, Darkseekers, like every treasure item spot I think would be like one of the best spots in the game. Imagine Piliku and Sulfur. I mean, map pieces aren't that rare, right? You're probably getting one of those like every 10, 20 hours. A random one. They should do something though. That would be cool. They should do something. Or imagine this. Oh, here's a cool ass idea. Tell me what you guys think. Tell me if I'm cooking. There's a manor item, a statue that you could put in the courtyard of your manor. And you take your extra treasure pieces, you bring them to Laffy Bed Mountain, and he gives you a piece. and you collect pieces and build up that statue. And you could like build like, I don't know, your own Ator to go into your in your manor courtyard. That'd be fucking cool. Tower of Vodkin Power. Yeah, and once you fully complete it, you can use your extra treasure items to recharge it. And you can use it to get, like, when you go up and interact with it, you get to pick which buff you want. AP, DP, whatever. But you recharge it with more treasure items. Extra treasure item pieces. Woo! Goddamn! Holy! Pay me, Pearl Abyss, pay me. I was just thinking the same as the normal buffs. Right? I don't think you want it better than the other ones. Maybe you could make it so it's like 15 AP and plus 200% combat XP. Something like that. Or 200 AP and like 10% drop rate. No, not infinite. You recharge it with extra pieces. And make it have like 100 charges so the treasure item will recharge like all 100. But I think you want a sustained use for your treasure items. Or you exchange everyone for a video message where Enlave says you should go touch some grass. Svin, I swear to God, I wish I could dig a hole in that grass and bury you under it and then put a nice blanket of grass over top of you. If you love grass so much. I love pizza, bury me in pizza. Yeah. Pineapple side down. I'm actually kind of craving pizza. I have no more eggs. I needed the grocery store. I have no more eggs. I don't know what I'm gonna have for lunch today. Might be just a soup day. You touch grass often? About 3 months of the year when it's fucking not winter here in Canada. But then I cultivate grass. I'm out there growing it, making sure it's not all patchy, trimming it regularly. Grilled cheese with tomato soup? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I actually have a can of tomato soup in the cupboard. I have some nice rye bread. I have cheese. That is absolutely what I'm doing. I'm going to put a little cayenne pepper into the tomato soup too. Give it a little bit of a bite. Oh, how would gochujang taste in tomato soup? Be like a Korean tomato soup. Only one way to find out. I think I'm doing that today. I am doing that today. I have no kimchi. I wish. It does sound good. 260 bill on a Splendid. Yeah, I think that's a fair amount. It's going to fluctuate up and down periodically. You could probably get it for a little bit cheaper if you're patient. But I think it's a reasonable price. Like if I didn't have a Splendid, I'd be just saving all my clicks for when I bought a Splendid and then do my clicks. Oh, it's more than that. A Splendid's worth more than that, Draco. It's 180 bill for the it's 179 bill just for Splendid, but you still got to consider the value of everything underneath it too, right? That's just the one step cost. Once you factor in the value of the other levels, it ends up being over 200 bill. And then you got to remember there's also tax on it, right? People aren't going to spend 200 bill on an item and then sell it at a loss once the tax is subtracted from it. So you also got to add the value of the tax that would be taken when sold. And once again, people are typically not going to want to just break even. If they're selling, they typically want to make a profit. I mean, there's obviously exceptions to that, but most people, when selling things, want to make a profit over what it's worth, right? And that's typically, you know, around 10%. So you start factoring all these things in, and you realize you're pretty close to like 250 bill at that point. Although I guess that was based off of pity. No, I don't have the Node War buff. This is the Node War buff right here, and I don't have it. Yeah. Not in a few days. I think it's still 10 more days. Because I think Kanjara's at like 72 now, I think. I think last time he's at 66, but he just got like... How many clicks do you get a week? Yeah, 6. So I believe he should be at like 72 now, which would be 78, and then the pities is 80, is it not? Yeah, it is. So I think it'll be like 8 more days. When did we do our riffs? That was Wednesday, right? No. Yeah. I think it was Wednesday. Oh yeah, it was definitely Wednesday, because I remember my rift spawned right when I had to go, yeah. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday will be his next cycle, which means Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Next Saturday, not this upcoming Saturday. Not tomorrow, but the following Saturday, he'll pity. If I'm mathing correctly. Or remembering correctly. I mean, I guess I could just take a look at my stone. I have 47 attempts, and you get 50% more attempts if you're shining. So, but he'd also have one more attempt, so that'd be 48. Because I had to use one to combine my other stones. So 48. It's an extra 12. No, I guess I would put him at 60 right now. Never mind, he must still have a bunch more time. Never mind. Or wait, no, I gotta add 33% more, not 25% more. What am I, so, that'd be what, 16? No, 16 more attempts. Or yeah, 50% more. What do you mean you get, yeah, 30 versus, yeah. I'm fucking up these percentages. So if I'm at 48, that's 24 more on top. That, yeah, 72. Well, 30 is 50% more than 20. 20 is 33% less than 30. Depends on the perspective. Since I'm using mine as the reference, right, and I should have been at 48 clicks, that means he would have 50% more clicks than me on Shining, on Splendid, sorry. So half of 48 is 24, so 48... plus 24 is 72, so he should be at 72 clicks. Yeah. Not this upcoming cycle, but the next cycle. When he pops back in, he's working right now, but he'll pop back in at some point, and I'll ask him. Ooh, my package is going to arrive on Monday, March 16th, chat. My bleeding heart statue from Twitch. It's like their equivalent of a little thing from YouTube. You know how those people get the bronze, silver, and gold plaques? Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said. Listen here, you little shit. Man, thinking of that grilled cheese with the tomato soup has me so hungry now. You know what I just realized? Yesterday, Dukes and Dragor were complaining, or I guess primarily Dragor, was complaining about doing these fights too often. But the only reason why they were going so often is they were both challenging each other right away. They didn't have to be fighting as often as they were. Like, whoever loses can wait. Where'd you get that grilled cheese? No, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make a grilled cheese. Are you kidding me? I ain't buying someone else's grilled cheese. I'm making my own. I'm the grilled cheese master. Although I wish I had some better cheese right now. Normally I like to use just processed craft singles, but today I think I'm going to use some old cheddar since I'm having it with tomato soup. Because craft singles are a little bit saltier and Campbell's tomato soup's a little salty, I feel like if I double up on both of those, it might be a little too much. So today I got to use like regular cheese. Be happy we provided you with content? Shut up. You kidding me? Viewership goes down every time by like 60%. People are like, oh, we're letting the circus run the show again. Did John add them? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you would wait a few days, that is true. But let's be honest, you were waiting a few days. Actually, why would you wait a few days? I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say. It was probably nonsense. You're only here for the chud fights? No, you're not. You're here for me to teach you Sage. Are you kidding me? I had to teach you that Impaling Flash actually knocks people off mounts. I had to teach you that Shock Relay was bugged yesterday. Cal, can you put a leash on your dog? That little chihuahua's yapping again. I might have to kick it. Can Tamers still be knocked? Oh, I don't know. I would imagine so. If they made it so you couldn't knock a Tamer off its mount, that'd be fucking bullshit. Repeating my line doesn't make you witty, Dragor. Makes you look desperate. Oh, can you actually kill them while they're on the mountain now? Ah, okay. Yeah, if you can actually kill them like they're a normal player on their mount. But how does that work for CCing them? Because if they're on the mount, you can't CC them, right? Yeah, but no, that's my point. Like, there's no way they're going to have somebody that can just be unCCable. So I feel like they would still allow the BSR to take them off the mount. Yeah, I don't see any reason why BSR would stop dismounting them. Which would make them hopping on that thing an extreme liability versus certain classes. Like, if there's an Awakening Sage on the other team, they will never want to hop on their mount because it is so easy for us to dismount them. And that's just a guaranteed CC. But if you're up against like a bunch of succession classes, might be the play. Hop on that fucking mount, be unCCable. Although I guess they don't iframe nearly as much while they're on it, so you might be able to trade them down a hell of a lot better. Yeah. Yes, it is. 10% impaling flash is better now. Because you actually get the iframe at the beginning, right? They didn't change that. See, iframe super armor. Sage? I'm glad. Look at this. I just have to always teach Calb and Kaj all these Sage tricks. I'm basically their father. You motherfucker. Yeah. You know what they say, right? For those who can't do, teach. You know what I haven't actually tested though, Cal? Is how... I remember back in the day, the BSR Interrogate. Remember when it used to blink around? Well, the BSR version... Why did I say Interrogate? I meant Impaling. The BSR Impaling, when you use the BSR, it would blink 2 extra times, but also the AoE damage of each blink would be larger. I wonder if that AoE size still increases. I've never fucked around seeing if maybe like there are like specific angles that you can't hit with a normal Interrogate, but maybe you can with a BSR. Because sometimes you just land too far behind them, right? But maybe the BSR one... Another yellow? Let's fucking go. Doesn't say anything about increased AoE size, right? No. Movement speed increases, effects nullified at the start of the skill. Okay. So basically you just don't get slowed at the beginning or sped up. The damage is basically the same. Damage goes up by like 20%-ish. But the PvP damage reduction also goes down by like 10%-ish. Yeah, that's interesting. Should be pretty easy to test. Go to the battle arena with the dummies and see if like you do a normal Interrogate on a specific dummy in the middle. And then do it with BSR and see if all of a sudden like the AoE starts hitting the other ones. They removed the text of the AoE size getting larger, so they probably removed it, but it's definitely, you know, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that even though they didn't keep the flavor text, that they potentially didn't change the ability. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. Oh yeah, it's crazy. BSR. This is why, Kelb, I think that they should make our overcharge affect our BSR. Although now I guess they kind of have a BSR class. But that was one of the things I always thought, because like Awakening Sage has a good 10%, 50%, and 25%, right? Our 100% is kind of shitty. So I always thought, if they want to make the overcharge thing, like, they don't want to give us like overdrive like Suck Sage has, but maybe they do like an overcharge where, you know, as you chain abilities together, you generate BSR quicker, and then we can use our 10, 25, and 50s more frequently. You guys hear something? I didn't. Oh, mods? Mob that man. Mods? Mob that man right now. That's mod behavior right there. That's mod behavior right there. I like that. Got me thinking about pulling it back out. I remember back in the day when Huntler had a vagina too. He's been on that dick vibe since Suck Wizard got buffed. You can't tell? It probably doesn't. What did you just hear? Huntler used to play Witch back in the day, but now he's played Wizard ever since Suck Wizard. I'm just being a fucking dumbass. You're hearing me be dumb. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. You send me the clip? Okay. By the way, Calb, the judgment change, I realize, pisses me off tremendously. Because you can't jump over flame towers anymore like I used to do. I tried doing that the other day. I'd dive into the base right after a flame tower shot and then try to judgment. And then the fucking flame tower would just CC me out of the air with the fucking next shot. Piss me the fuck off. I was like, no way, I forgot about fucking flame towers. Oh. I know, you showed me the clip of it. You did that shit on Kuno, which was even crazier to me. Like, what the hell is the verticality on that grab? Oh, yeah. And that's the thing about Judgment or Divine Executioner you're actually talking about is, yeah, you're not actually up in the air. There's like a representation of you up in the air, but you're actually sliding on the ground. That's why you can't use Judgment to actually jump on things unless you're right next to them. It's so annoying to me too that Judgment is like fake up in the air. Or Divine Executioner is fake up in the air. Wait, the iframe in before he's... I feel like I'm misunderstanding now. Because you instantly go up in the air. Wait, why the fuck was that so fast? Holy shit. Why did I just slam down so fast there? What the hell? I think I need to go make some lunch. I cannot take that fucking gochujang tomato soup with a grilled cheese off my mind now. What a brilliant idea. Yeah. No, I believe you. It's definitely much more grabbable now. What? What, Peach? You got something you want to say? You're gonna be so jealous when I'm sitting here eating my gochujang tomato soup with a grilled cheese. I can't fucking wait. I'm gonna go do it right now. You're gonna be so jealous. You're gonna be listening to me. I'm gonna make sure my microphone is in my mouth. I'm like slurping up that fucking soup, and you gotta listen to every fucking little bit of it. By the way, Warrior sucks underwater. not necessarily suck Warrior, but Awaken Warrior. Oh my god. The biggest issue is you just have to wait too much for the mobs to group up. That's the issue. Warrior's damage is fine. You just have it's shitty trying to get back attacks.
I was soup.
And it's you just gotta spend too much time waiting to group them up properly. I have you saying the most heinous shit in this clip? Oh no. Is it the Hunter shit? The lack of context on that. What the hell? Holy, that clip is hilarious. The fucking lack of context. That sounds so bad. Whatever you do, don't let Tasty Kate have that clip. Kate's gonna go through a whole box of Kleenex if they get their hands on that clip. I'll be back. Okay, this shit is crazy good. Holy gochujang and tomato soup. Fucking amazing. YouTube Twitch gets autoplayed to Discord? Huh. Sounds like you changed one of your output devices to an input device. And your input device, your Discord is set to that input device or output device. No, input device. Oh my god, this is so good. It's not locked behind. It is and it isn't. It's more. So you have to be part of the Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting Beta. That's something you have to apply for. And I'm pretty sure you can only apply for it if you're a partner. So in a sense, yes, you have to be a partner, but being a partner just isn't enough on its own. I have never thought of putting gochujang in tomato soup, but this is unbelievable, you guys. Kinjara, you're on attempt number 72 on your Elkstone, right? I thought so. I can't get over how fucking good this is. It is so good, you guys. It is so good. I want to make homemade tomato soup now. Because it would be so much better. I was trying to figure out what to have for lunch today because I didn't have any eggs. I finished them all the other day. And then I think it was John Gotti said, why not tomato soup and a grilled cheese? And I was like, that sounds fucking great. I'm definitely going to do that. And then I can't remember how it came up. I think I was just talking about putting like cayenne pepper in my tomato soup because I like it with a little bit of a bite to it. And then all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, why not gochujang? Why not put that in the tomato soup? So I did it. Holy, it is so good. It fits perfectly. It gives it a little bit of bite. Also gives it that slight gochujang taste. It is unbelievably good. Yep. Gochujang is like a Korean chili paste. Has a very distinct. It's amazing in a lot of things. Mix it with a barbecue sauce. Mix it with ketchup. Mix it with your tomato soup. It's phenomenal. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'll be right back, you guys. I gotta make a phone call. Okay. Of course, playing fucking phone tag. Got an email from an insurance guy saying, I tried to contact you, but and then I look at my phone. I didn't get a fucking phone call. Who are you trying to call? Ghostbusters? My farms real quick. Baby. I wonder if you can still aftershock cancel out of impaling. You start impaling. Let's find out. Oh yeah, you can. Actually, that was an aftershock. That was Spear Bolt. Wait a minute. Maybe it was on cooldown. Oh no, it does. It must have been on cooldown. Was the grilled cheese good? The grilled cheese was amazing. My grilled cheeses are always fucking phenomenal. I'm actually really good at grilled cheese. But the tomato soup was amazing. The gochujang in it? I don't know if I will ever eat tomato soup without it again. Well, I mean, I guess I will, but I'll never not be able to compare it with gochujang. Shit, did I forget a farm? For fuck's sakes. I forgot 2 of them! How the fuck did I do that? Soup, potatoes, beef is my favorite. Oh yeah. Definitely sounds good too. And here's one I missed. And the other one. Yep. You could also do it if you just normally cast it. You just can't do it if you quick cast it off of like expansion or palm or gravity rift, because it skips the opening animation, and I believe also like doing that skips the opening animation, so you end up losing damage from it. I believe at least. Oh. Wait for Rift. Yeah, it skips the opening damage when you do that, which is a good chunk of the damage. Like I said, if you can't do, teach. I may not be as good as you guys, but I fucking dumped that knowledge in there. I just need a time machine. Go back 20 years so my reflexes were a little quicker. Part of the reason, too, why I want them to make Interrogate a decent ability is because it could actually add so much flavor to Awakening Sage with pocketing your Interrogate. If Interrogate was an actual half-decent ability. Because you can actually pocket the Interrogate and save it and do a whole chain of attacks and throw it out later. Burnt butter residue. But you could try to run it through like a cheesecloth or a really fine mesh, like something really fine, depending on how big the like little burnt milk parts are in there. Is Awakened Sage good for a TIG? Oh, Awakened Sage is definitely a very good class to play. Very well rounded. Strong 1v1. Strong in like small and medium scale fights, and then for large scale, it's a bit above average in large scale. But like if you're willing to play Suck Sage is, you know, one of the best large scale classes. You basically have like every single form of gameplay covered if you're willing to play both specs of Sage. You won't even need a tag if you enjoy both specs. I keep telling myself that I'm gonna start playing Suck again for large scale, but fuck, man, I like Awakening so much. Like it, that'll work too. Yeah. Well, I was doing some duels against Bingy yesterday, and I was having to, or the day before yesterday, he was on Warrior, and there were a handful of times where I'm like, yeah, I gotta stop impaling flashing so late. You're just so instinctively, like, for so long you just kind of know, okay, this is the distance that I need to be, you know, use this shit at. Now you gotta use it even sooner. I haven't had that happen yet, but I don't doubt that that happens. The biggest thing for me, Kaj, and I was telling Kelb this earlier, is I downplayed the judgment thing too. It affects you when diving into an enemy base and there's flame towers. So I'd do like an impaling flash to go in, throw like an upsurge or something quick, and then I would go to do a judgment to jump over the next flame tower attack. And you can't do that anymore. I'll be in the middle, I'll be at the apex of my judgment, and the flame tower will just CC me out of the air. I completely forgot about fucking flame towers, not giving a fuck about verticality. It's not funny. Nothing funny about it. Us sages are struggling. That's interesting that you mentioned that, Cal, because I got CC'd out of Judgment once and I just went straight to the ground too, and I was like, huh. Normally I get stuck in the air. TP doesn't put you in the air though, that's different. Yeah! It's because he's a soldier. A soldier for the cause. He gave up on that fucking... God, why can't I remember the name of it? Wally World bullshit. Now he's here with us, with the lightning. How much would it cost you to play Drag all season? Yo, why the fuck you skipping me over? Why aren't you asking me? Better yet, get them playing Shy. That'll tilt people. People love getting Shies on their team. Whitebush all season? You'd pay $1,000? Holy shit. Am I a ranger? Am I a ranger? Yeah, I'm not doing Automagia. If they made you so you could just cast that shit, sure, but there's no way I'm fucking standing nowhere doing an Ator's energy just to pocket the Automagia. At that point, you might as well just S-block if you're trying to sit there and stay protected. There's no fucking world I'm doing that. You know what they should have done? When they changed Lightning Prison to a forward guard, they should have changed Interrogate to a super armor. At least then Interrogate would have had a fucking purpose. For the middle of combat? Why? This shit doesn't do shit. That's just grab beat. You put both your hands up in the air asking for people to tickle your armpits. There's no shot I'm doing that. Although I am pissed when they changed Automagia, the fact that they only changed the Prime version pissed me off. Yeah. That's like the infamous Dragor Rift fucking form shift combo. Leaves you stun locked. You're like, what the hell did that fucking guy just do? That's another ability. Like, come on. Let's make, like, remove the stam cost from form shift. Please. Make it a usable ability for both specs. Form shift? Yeah, it hits a bunch of times as you go over the person. That's why form shift, if you get somebody in a corner, like on the ground, you can form shift right on top of them and stay on top of them. Form shift is a chunker, but it's like... Form shift is also an ability that's really weirdly affected by movement speed. It feels like it's like double dipping into it. It either goes super fast or super slow. Automagia, I haven't looked at that in a while. So it hits 10 times. So the way it works, Kel, the old Automagia, is... Let me pull up my little draw doc here. It looks good. It looks insane when you look at the damage numbers. That's not what I'm looking for. When you look at the damage numbers, it looks insane, right? So we will say... This is the Sage in the middle, okay? Casting Automagia. Well, what it does is when you cast Automagia, it picks up to 10 targets that are nearby to drop a lightning bolt on them. So, right? You could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. It'll drop a lightning bolt. But each lightning bolt only does ×1 damage. But each lightning bolt has a little AoE around it. So if there's another person here, they'll get hit by this lightning bolt. So Automagia is one of those abilities where they originally described it as being the ball buster, where you would go into a bunch of people while they're grouped up. And, right, if they were all stacked, right? Like, let's say you have the Sage here, and there was a ball of people here, and they were all stacked like this, and you did Automagia, well, the AoE of each one of these dots would overlap so much that each person would get hit like 10 times. And it would do fucking insane damage. Except the problem is they made the AoE so small that the character model is like this big, and the AoE size is this big, so it's legit impossible to actually get like 10 people stacked up in that shit. Even if you had every single person stacked up like this, it wouldn't hit everybody 10 times. It was just such poorly designed. They should have made the AoE, instead of it being like this big, each lightning bolt should have been like this big. And then it would have been a much better, like the size of a Rift Storm. Each lightning bolt has a smaller AoE size than Rift Storm, to put it into perspective. Yeah, Automagia does have a super armor linger on it. Honestly, they need to bring back the Ator Energy super armor. So then you can just let Ator's energy into Automagia for like a fat protection. I miss the old days too when Automagia had a bound on it. That shit used to be super armor bound. And you used to be able to sniff like ninjas and stuff out of stealth with it. That shit was hilarious. Yeah. Ator's energy used to have super armor. They got rid of it a long time ago. That's how it originally was. But it would be so funny where you know there's a ninja in an area, you just precast the Ator's energy and then you rift into that area and let the Automagia rip, and then you just see the fucking ninja appear on the ground. It was so fucking funny. They're not giving SAs to suck? No, they're not. There's no shot they are. Just saying, we miss the days. Bucks up, give it to the absolute, yeah. The thing is, Automagia, I'm pretty sure, is a completely unused succession skill anyways, so they would just unlearn it and learn the absolute anyways. So it would still benefit Suck. I don't know if I ever see like Divios or Virelium or any of those guys ever use a Tor's energy. It's just way too long of an animation and too small of an AoE. And, well, with it being forward guarded, right? It's just, yeah, it's kind of... Yeah. The crazy thing is, Rift Storm used to be our big damage ability. It used to do like twice as much damage as Upsurge. But they buffed Upsurge so many times and just forgotten about Rift Storm that now Rift Storm is just fucking doo-doo. No, it's a forward guard ability, Murderkind, so there's no point doing it. I mean, you can sit there, but if you're gonna forward guard, you might as well just S-block or hit Q. There's no point locking yourself in an animation when on Suck Sage you could just hit Q, and now you're not locked into an animation and still forward guarded. I feel like they were supposed to buff the damage of Rift Storm in that patch, and they forgot. Because it didn't make sense what they did to Rift Storm. Oh, Automagia is SA, but you have to do a Tor's energy first to do Automagia. Maybe not with Prime. Can you solo cast the Prime version? I can't remember. No, you still have to have Tor's energy. Interrogate is an extremely bad habit I have. I wish I could lock the normal Interrogate, but still keep the BSR Interrogate unlocked. It's so annoying that if you lock the main ability, you lock both, because BSR Interrogate is sick. But normal Interrogate is just such a trap. It's such a fucking trap. There is no reason for it at all. You might as well just S. Q-block is kind of annoying too because it puts you in a slight animation, a lock at the very beginning of it. And it forces you to do a rift out of it too, which is really stamina hungry. Oh yeah, Lightning Prison's damage is obnoxiously low. Did you know 2 Aftershocks does... Oh fuck, I did the math on this the other day. 2 Aftershocks on a target does more damage than a full Lightning Prison. And that's not even counting the fact that one of those Aftershocks is probably going to get back attacks. Relay Spearbolt Surge does more than Lightning Prison? I believe it. I mean, that's some easy math to do. All of those abilities are very easily translated. Let's see, Lightning Surge is 10k at 50%, so 5k. Spearbolt is 5k plus 12k, so 12.5k, 40% of that is approximately 4.8k, so we're almost at 10k damage there. And then Surge, oh sorry, Shock Relay, is a quarter of that. So we're actually at about 12.5k PvP damage, where Lightning Prison is 12. $12, 13, 15. So 40k, but 33% is 3. It's actually almost the exact same damage. But the thing is you're gonna get some back attacks with the one Lightning Prison. You're never getting back attacks with that shit. And the other, yeah, 3 add-ons, true, that too. With Lightning Prison, you're the one getting back attacked, yeah. How to cast Automagia of Rip Chain without using it towards energy? You have to use it towards energy, but you can pocket it as an Awakening Sage. So, for example, 1 second, I think I have the ability locked, right? If you're in main hand, right, and you do your towards energy, and then you C-swap right after, now it's pocketed. 1 second, I'll make sure I don't have Automagia locked. So now, even though I'm an Awakening, right, I have that Automagia ready. So the next time I go in Rift Chain and I come out and I hold R&B, the Automagia comes out. You can do that with a variety of different Sage main hand abilities with Awakening Sage. But Automagia does such laughably low damage because even though it says max 10 hits, it's never ever doing 10 hits. It's only hitting everybody just once. So it does 3.3k damage and then cut that in half. It does 1.5k damage, which is hilarious. At that point, it might as well be 0 damage. I'm pretty sure a grab probably does more damage. No, never mind. Actually, it's the same damage almost. It's like the same damage that grab does. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, if you could hotbar things like Detonation, Finishing Touch, Automagia, and if they gave Automagia, Absolute Automagia, the same treatment that Prime Automagia got, there could be a lot of really useful stuff in the main hand kit. But they do everything in their power to make sure Awakening Sage can't use the main hand kit, because every single time they ever do a change to a succession ability, they make sure it only affects the Prime. Not only that, let us get the forward upsurge off of Enlightened Bolt. It's so obnoxious to give us a melee cancel off of a fucking ranged catch. Like, what is that shit? It used to be a thing where when you took the Enlightened Bolt core, it would do the forward upsurge and not the lateral upsurge after an Enlightened Bolt. But they ended up I guess that was a bug, so they fixed it. You know what they should do? Get rid of the knockback on Impaling Flash and give us a stun on Chain Lightning. That'd actually be pretty cool for large scale, just throwing a fucking stun through a group of people. Then you pick up Lightning Prison Core, yeah, and you just fully just stun lock people. A full stun combo. Because you hit him with the Chain Lightning, instantly Spear Bolt through him, hit him with the Upsurge, then hit him with the Lightning Prison, re-stun them. A full ass fucking stun combo while hitting them in the back. Change Sage's grab too. Change it so the range grab, instead of dropping them on the ground, it stuns them in the spot. You just reach your hand out, lightning comes off your finger, you hit them with that little static charge like you're just rubbing your feet on the carpet. It zaps them and stuns them in spot. Turn us into a full stun class. Actually, you know what? Make it so every time we hit somebody with lightning, it reduces their stamina by 50. So sure, we're a stamina hungry class, but we fuck their stamina too. Now we're talking, chat. Aw, hell yeah. Now we're talking. And then anybody who disagrees in Twitch chat gets banned too. Any disagreeers? I don't know, I would much rather them do something more interesting with our class than just fucking the shit that they've been doing. Yeah. Take me back to the beginning of March of 2025, before this original patch hit that made us busted. I still remember I had so many people in my chat freaking out. I can't believe they're nerfing us, oh my god! Oh, it's gonna be so bad, Zethian! Acid Delta Linger SA. You know what's funny? I bought a Pentabic belt ever since they made it so buffs actually go beyond caps. But I just haven't done any capped fights to fucking use this thing. I thought stack this shit with like a 200%. Let that shit rip. It's crazy that our stamina is worse now than it was before that patch. It's fucking crazy. They knowingly knew our stamina was bad, over-buffed our stamina as well as other shit, and then, instead of nerfing the other shit that made us busted, just put our stamina in the dumps even fucking more and then nerfed a bunch of other shit. Oh my god, it is so fucking dumb. It is so dumb. I wish I could just sit down at a table with the guy who's been responsible for the Awakened Sage changes over the last year and just have a conversation with them and try to see how they look at the class. Because they clearly have a very, very weird perspective of what Awakening Sage does. For them to have buffed it the way they did and now nerfed it the way they have, I really want to pick that man's brain. Uh-oh. Okay, I was just about to say a slur. It's Quendaya. Wait, why are you checking? Are you afraid of him? That video I sent you, Kaj, last night cracked me up. I immediately thought of you. Fucking guy walks up to the front of his car and like the cover on his front headlight is popping out and he pops it back in and he goes, "Hey, fix it. Mechanic." And he I was like, why do I fucking picture Kaj doing that shit? He banned a lot of people the other night. Quendaya did? What for? I've always got along with Quendaya. Although the last 2 times he asked me to do the survey, I forgot. And he hasn't actually talked to me or anything much since then, so maybe he thinks that I don't like him or something, I don't know. Oh! There was somebody in my chat named that. Oh my goodness. Probably Howie. Howie's probably back. I know Howie had it out for Quendaya. Oh, ah. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't do that. You're gonna get yourself banned. You just got unbanned. They'll never unban you again. They will never unban you ever again. We're at 53. I think it's gonna go crazy without it. I think it's primarily MMO players who want it to be co-op, but I think most people, the vast majority of people, don't really care about that. Oh, I'm gonna be playing Crimson Desert. Nah, you look at the genre of the game. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not saying that there's nobody who wants to play it. Don't put words in my mouth. But it's not as big of a deal as you're making it out to be. What's up, Nox? My hype for Crimson Desert? Very, yeah. Super excited for it. And keep an eye on it for a while. 30 Storage Maids enough? Depends where you're grinding. Depends if you're using Agris, depends if you're using a yellow loot scroll, depends if you're using a coin. At least it's a start. No, I didn't. Sounds like a whale. I mean, if the account was only 21 hours old, how much could they have piloted? It's a whaling account. You can't pay somebody to grind you up 825 gear score in 21 hours. You can only whale for that. think the main journals are just the Igor ones now, right? And they apparently you could do them pretty quick. Nice, congrats, spirits. Yeah. This just in, someone lied on the internet, chat. That's why I don't watch shit like that, Noxy. It doesn't provide any value to anybody, and most of the time it's just full of some type of nonsense. I think it's a 3-man spot, but now I'm trying to remember why I think that, and I can't remember. Hey, what's up, Kiwi? Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. I will never eat tomato soup. Never look at tomato soup the same way again. Oh, shit. That was a good stretch. Fuck is this insurance guy not calling me back? Jesus fuck. Tried to call a wrong number like an hour ago. I call him back, leave a message for him to call me back. He still doesn't fucking call me back. If he doesn't call me back by 1 o'clock, I'm gonna call him. Maybe he's at lunch. I fucking hate playing phone tags so fucking much. If you call me and leave a message on my machine, you should be sitting by your phone waiting and not doing anything else until I call you back. That's obviously the most rational thing that should be done. Yep, that's exactly right. Oh, yeah. John. Oh. No, I tilted enough the other day. Fucking Awakened Ninja. I feel like preserving my sanity today. Ugh. I'm a Crimson Desert player soon. I gotta make sure that my final memories of BDO before I take a vacation from it are good. Otherwise, I might not come back. Basic entry to Siege? I don't know. Depends if you're doing capped or uncapped, I guess. For uncapped, I don't even know what that would be, but for capped, whatever the cap is, I guess. What's up, Zete? No, we don't get shit. Because people don't like us. Thing though, that's not what we want. We didn't want this. You ask any of the OG sages, none of them wanted this shit. The flavor of the month people did. I'm sure you ask most OG sages, I'd be willing to say 90% of them, if they'd prefer to just go back to how we were of March 2025 before the OP patch came, the vast majority of them would agree. Remember, Karam, strong doesn't mean fun. Strong can be fun, but it doesn't guarantee you fun. Take a look at Striker, for example. Striker's stronger than it used to be. Divios refuses to play it now because he just doesn't find it fun. You missed a couple things. It's dash, dash, grab, jump, battle cry, dash, dash, spiral cannon, and then a leg drop in there too somewhere. You forgot spiral cannon and grab. Problem is, they took Sage, they buffed a bunch of abilities, they made it overpowered. They took abilities that were already good, and they made them better, which made them overpowered. Instead of taking abilities that were useless and trying to improve those. which would have been the smarter way to try to buff Sage. So then they made these abilities that were already good, overpowered. And then instead of them going back and nerfing those abilities, they go and they nerf the abilities that already were just kind of meh. So it's just making the class boring. Instead of having more options, you're having less options. And then they're going to keep nerfing other abilities because they refuse to ever admit that they made a mistake. Until eventually they finally hit the right abilities. And then we're going to be finally nerfed. But we're going to actually be useless because all of the other shit is now completely worthless because they just took mediocre abilities and kept nerfing them along the way until they finally found the right thing. Wait, Joyner has a new song out? GTA 6. I fucking love Joyner. Uploaded 15 minutes ago. I wonder if it's on Spotify. Let me see. Oh yeah, looks like it is. I'll do this. Maybe this is just, maybe the song's not new. Maybe it's just a new video. That's why it's uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, this is the same one. I wonder if it shows when this was uploaded. When it was put on Spotify. Oh, fuck, accidentally. God damn it. I did not mean to do that. Sorry, accidentally just restarted. Trying to see if I could see when it was uploaded. Yeah, Joyner's fucking insane. He's such an awesome lyricist. I love Joyner. I wish it said the release date on Spotify too. It just says 2026. That man never disappoints. An S block core? They'll never remove the Divine Executioner core. I honestly think the Divine Executioner core is underestimated for large scale, to be honest. If we didn't have, if we weren't so reliant on some of the other cores, I think it could actually have more uses. No, I'm gonna make my own. It's stupid to buy it. I wouldn't even buy it for 2 trillion. It'd have to hit min price. I don't even know. Can it go below 2 trill? I think it can. It'd have to go down to 1 trillion for me to justify buying it. It's such an inconsequential item and it's so cheap. It just takes time and I'm already like almost 1/5 of the way there. Is there any class that is forced to S-walk? I know there have been in the past. I don't know about now. It's like 1 trillion silver to make it go to. And that's the thing is I've been clicking too, so if you buy it, not only do you gotta factor in the cost of what you're buying it for, but also the cost that you've already sunk into clicks that you can never get back either, right? So if you've been clicking it already since it came out, you've probably already dumped about 200 bill into it. So if you buy it for 2 trillion, you're effectively buying it for 2.2 trillion, right? Because now you're taking all that value you put into the one you were working on and just throwing it in the dumpster. Now, it would be different if those pities were shared across all the shinings, then I would consider it more. Because then I could just carry on from where I left off, but on the protection stone, right? But because the pities aren't shared or carry over, I just can't justify buying it. I don't even know if I'd buy it at 1 trillion silver, to be honest. I'm just not in that much of a hurry for such an inconsequential item. $1.24 on EU. How many are listed though? You'd ruin 5 minutes of your content every 5 days if you buy it. True, and that's some of the last of my content. I get 10 minutes of content a week, so that 5 minutes is half of it. Oh, fuck. I better turn the music down a little bit. I just realized I feel like I'm yelling over it. True too, if you sell your Splendid too, you gotta actually factor in the tax you're losing on that as well. Like another 30 bill tax. Or if you just upgrade, you're not paying the tax, man. The upgrade meant more, maybe I could consider it, but it's tough to justify. At this point, I'd rather just do the clicks. I'm just holding out hope that the only reason why they did this with the alchemy stone and the armors is because of Pen Fallen God in the previous shinings. And that this is just a little blip, and we're gonna go back to normal progression after this. It's some serious fucking cope, but until we get a third sample outside of that, I'm gonna keep coping. The main reason why I have no interest in buying Pen Fallen God armors too is because it's just such an inconsequential amount of stats. It's not going to make or break anybody. Every fight you lose, you're still going to lose. Every fight you win, you're still going to win. It's going to be like 1 out of 10,000 fights that maybe you win or don't lose because of that shit. It's such an inconsequential amount of stats that I just can't justify taking time that I've spent in the game grinding and just throwing it to have that shit a little bit early. When you think about it, I could have bought 4 Pen Fallen Gods by now. 2 of them with just the money I invested in life scaling gear. I could have 4 Pen Fallen Gods, assuming they sold regularly enough. Obviously the boots and gloves would be more difficult. They don't sell very often. But I could have 4 Pen Fallen Gods. And if I had, let's say, for example, I was able to buy all 4, I could have full deck armors right now. But why? Why throw away that much silver? Or that much grind time? Oh, were they Kinjara? Okay, interesting. Oh, I'm glad. If the group spot was Adonia stones, holy, forcing group content on people, that would be, oh my god, I would be so mad about that. So I would rather just save as many of my grind hours as possible and hope that they, I mean, there's a lot of whales now that are like, they have no reason to whale. They have their weekly armor clicks, they have their Elkstone clicks, and at this point they're just like, they're on full maintenance mode. They're fishing and their weekly bosses gets them their clicks. There's no reason for them to whale. And that's not a good business strategy for Pearl Abyss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do that too, Kinjara. Just every stone, well, not that I'm getting Oct anytime soon, but if I were in your shoes, Kinjara, I'd do the same thing. Sit on full Oct, save all the stones, just in case they add Sovereign weapons and it uses the Adonia stones, then you have a heads up, right? If they do release the next set of weapons and they don't use Adonia stones, well, then you get deck then, right? And nothing changes. But it's not like you're at a massive disadvantage being full Oct versus somebody full deck. So you might as well preserve those stones just in case, because there's certainly the potential that they decide to make Adonia weapons as an upgrade to Sovereign and they use the stones. Well, it doesn't matter what item it is, Raven. You're missing the point. The point is, they could use Adonia stones for whatever's next. And the difference between Oct armors and deck armors is, you know, once again, it's not going to make or break you. It's an unmeasurable difference. So at that point, you might as well save them just in case. Because you know what will be a big difference? Whether it's accessories or weapons, that AP will be a difference. And if you go into that patch with 30, 40 stones ready to go or more, that could give you a really big advantage right off rip. Imagine they release a new weapon, your deck Sovereign gets exchanged for a base, and then immediately you have enough stones to hit Pen the very first day, right? But that's the whole point, Karim. The highly doubt part. That's not That's not certainty. And for such an inconsequential amount of stats on the armors right now, why not? Why not wait? It's not making or breaking you in any single situation in the game. So why not, just in case? Because it doesn't change a damn thing if you wait or if you don't in terms of how the game feels for you now, but it could massively affect how the game feels for you later. Even though it might be just a 1% chance. A 1% chance at having a massive impact later versus a 100% chance of having no effect on you now is a massive difference. I mean, Black Stars. Originally, your Black Stars were time gated by your Star's End node.
Seth, gotta ask you an important question. What percentage of effects you play on? You.
It's on 100. We don't have a lot of examples of time gated stuff, but so we're really in new territory right now. But once again, there's a 0% chance, or sorry, a 100% chance, or a 100% certainty that the difference between having deck armors and oct armors is going to have zero effect on your gameplay. It's such an inconsequential amount of stats. So even if it is such an outlandish chance that they reuse them, and I agree, it's probably even less than a 1% chance, but I think there still is a chance. It's like Dumb and Dumber when he's like 1 in 100, and she's like, no, 1 in a million. And he gets all excited and he's like, so you're saying there's a chance? You never fucking know. The probability is low, but if they do decide to do that, think of how big of a difference that would be if all of a sudden everybody else is starting at base weapons and you're able to hit like a pen weapon immediately, or you're able to immediately get a head start on your accessories. Think about too, like, and this is the main thing that you guys are missing, is the inconsequential now part. Is the difference is absolutely inconsequential. Those extra stats from going from Oct to deck armors is going to save you maybe 1 out of a million times you're getting comboed or getting attacked. It's such an inconsequential amount of stats. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. And that's the thing, it's not like those stones become useless, right? If all of a sudden they release the next thing and it doesn't use those stones, then you just hit deck then, and you get your inconsequential amount of stats then. Whether it's now or later, you'll get them either way, right? Yeah, it's not much. Maybe on some DR classes you're gonna feel that a little bit. On Sage, nah. On most classes, you are not feeling that at all. If you're a big back loser running DR crystals, then yeah, the 8 DR then feels like it matters. No. You see how much HP we have these days, especially in Node War and Siege, fella? Do you realize how much people are overkilling you? You get CC'd once and they're doing 100,000 HP worth of damage on you. Alright, keep coping. So true, Huntler's damage is unethical, yeah. I said some shit about Huntler earlier, and Calb was making a clip of something, and the clip out of context is fucking hilarious. It sounds so bad without the context. Listen to this shit. I can't remember who said it. Somebody in chat was like, something about they were excited watching Chimmy pull out Awaken Witch. Or something like that. Fuck, what was it? And then I was like, yeah, I remember when Huntler had a vagina, referring to him playing Awaken Witch versus, or sorry, Witch, sorry, instead of Wizard. Was that you? I was gonna say, I thought that was you. I'm fucking explaining a conversation that I had with you while you were the fucking guy that was here. Fuck you, Ark. Okay, this insurance loser still hasn't called me. So I think it's time to call him again, for fuck's sakes! I hate it when people don't return my fucking calls!
Event.
Just 1 second. Because I know this motherfucker, when I go to pick up my kids, he's gonna call me when I'm in the vehicle. Just 1 second. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. Ah! Still fucking getting a goddamn voicemail. Wait, where'd the... Oh, it's over there. Yoink. Yeah. Maybe I'd feel differently about the deck armors if I didn't play Sage. But on Awakening Sage, I could put on Hooms, I could put on Bitters, I could put on the Hate and all that shit. And now it just feels I've lost all my survivability. And yeah, I survive a little bit better standing, but the second you get CC'd, you still die super fucking fast. And now it just feels like you just exist. You don't put out any pressure or anything anymore. I don't have a fucking Giga E-buff to carry my damage to the moon like Suck Sage does. An Awakened Sage, building with survivability shit, is like a mosquito buzzing around your ear. It's just fucking annoying. Alright. I'm gonna get a male paladin soon. Male Velk is gonna be a proper paladin. That'll be my new class. I'll finally go back to paladin Zeth like in WoW. Mosquitoes kill around 600,000 people annually? No, they don't. Malaria does. Don't conflate the two. Maybe that's what Awakening Sage needs. To be able to give people malaria. Fucking slap 3 forward guards into the face of that tower, and the fucking millisecond I judgment it slows me. Fucking cocksucker tower. Goddamn tower. In 45 minutes, Logness. In 45 minutes. Thing is it's only going to be like a 2-second phone call. I just got to tell them that we're going with the company. Conveniently for us, right, when we had to make this insurance claim, you have you have two options for an estimate, right? Well, one, you have to deal with one of their guys coming and doing an estimate, but you also can get your own team to come and do an estimate, right, for repairs. And then they'll basically figure out between the two what they want to pay you. And after that, in terms of getting the repairs done, you have three options, right? You can do it yourself, but they're going to take 10% because they don't want you profiting off of it. Or you can get their guys to do it, which they can guarantee the work. The insurance company will guarantee the work of the people that works with them. Or you can get your own private person to do it, and then basically you're doing it at your own risk, right? It's obviously always going to be better to, if you have the opportunity to do it through your insurance company. But luckily for us, one of the 5 companies they gave us was actually, one of them is the one we would prefer to work with anyways. So all I got to do is basically tell them, yeah, we're going with the guys you guys hooked us up with. You know, they've been great. We're going to have them do the repairs. So it's going to be like 3 seconds. I just don't understand why you tried to call my wife's phone instead of calling our home line. It also reminds me, I really need to do my insurance shit tonight, too. Get my insurance all set up so I can bring it to the account and get that done. I really want to get it done before I leave in April. Otherwise, I'll forget, and I don't want to get hit with late filing fees. I was really hoping this fucking work in my basement was going to be done by now. It'd be annoying. They're going to end up being working here while I'm trying to stream Crimson Desert. Maybe I should just move my PC setup upstairs. And then I won't be in the way down here while they're working. And then as soon as they get that one room done, I can move everything in there. I'd have to make a spot in the living room. And then my wife would have to deal with me fucking yelling in the corner at you guys while she's sitting there trying to watch TV. Doing a little remodel? Yeah, our basement got flooded. The water main, the city's water main burst. And we got some water in our basement, so the whole basement is actually going to be refloored. As well as the 2 rooms where there was the primary amount of damage. The walls got to be fixed up. Yeah, this is my 3rd time being here. Fucking Murphy's Law, man. First time it was the water service line, but we just had it repaired. Because we're like, oh, we'll just do a repair, right? And then it happened again, so we're like, okay, well, we're not repairing it this time. We're just going to get the whole line replaced, because we're not going to continue to play whack-a-mole with a water service line. That's obviously fucking shit. So we had the whole line replaced to the house from the curb. And now it was that connection at the curb. It was the city's section that fucking failed. At that time, did you also grind Sycraia? The first time, no, Sycraia didn't exist. The second time, yeah, most likely. Actually, it was the beginning of COVID. So yeah, that sounds about right. I was probably still grinding underwater. A worker's also a video player? I imagine pretty unlikely. But that would be funny. He's like, wait a minute. You're the Zethian? Holy. That's it. You're kind of a big deal around the office. We're going to do this work for free. Just put in a good word for us. Why'd you have to go back and clip that, John? What the hell? What'd you have to go and do that for, huh? You know what the nice thing is? In that clip, there's no verbal context, but at least Ark's message is on the on-screen chat, and you can see what I'm responding to. I believe it's already 1:30 though. Holy fuck, today went by fast. By the way, chat, I don't hear like anybody come in here at all and go, hey Zeth, yo, the quality looks sick today. Thanks for streaming at 2K. Not once in the last like 3 days when I've done this have anybody said anything. Do you guys even care? I know most of you guys just put me as a radio on your side monitor, but I honestly don't think people care. Can't care if we can't see your face? How's that? Is that better? Huh? Huh? That better? You feel better now? Feel better about yourself? I'll turn the camera on for her. You're here for the Foo Fighters? I'm gonna turn the quality down. The option isn't available for you? It's because you don't have hardware acceleration turned on your browser. If you don't have hardware acceleration turned on, then it's not available. Because the decoding has to be done by your GPU, or I guess is preferable. I don't know why it won't let your CPU do it, but... yeah, maybe this will be the first red. This is our third yellow for the day, though. Nice looking stream today. Thanks, Fiskin. Thank you. Nah, not today. The DRM might be affecting your video quality. Yeah, my dick is really massive. That's what DRM stands for, right? My stream almost looks as good as... You're gonna have to elaborate, because that's either a compliment or an insult, and I don't know which. You better explain yourself right now, Kokage. Compliment? Hey, okay. I had a feeling. Take notes, everybody else. That's how you talk to me. That's how you make a grown man blush. Shit. My wife just reminded me of something dirty. I'd share with you guys, but it would be inappropriate. I'm just gonna send her a little devil emoji. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, although I guess I haven't had my camera on. I did a pretty big trim on my beard last night. I took off, it was like down here. I took off like 2 inches of length on it. I don't know what it is. I just, as my beard gets bigger and bigger, it starts to feel like a hassle. My god, you know what? I can't wait to AFK fishing BDO, yeah. While active fishing at Crimson Desert! Yes! Yo, fishing in Crimson Desert could be fun. You see the way the water, the fish drags your lure around in the water? Yo. That game have a better graphic engine, so at least it's a plus. I mean, a fucking better considering it's how many years newer? The fact that a lot of these fucking engines are still, like, BDO is still keeping up with them is fucking crazy. You gotta remember how old BDO's engine is, like 15 years old now. The fact that it's keeping up with a lot of these new games, these other games should be embarrassed. Little indie company like Pearl Abyss came out of nowhere. Instead of just copying an engine that other people use, they made their own engine, made Black Desert, and showed them all up. And now they're going for the fucking remix. Yeah. They're not remaking BDO. They made a new engine for Crimson Desert. Sorry, I should have specified that. Right? Instead of using the Black Desert engine, they made a new engine called the Black Space engine. Because they realized that there's limitations of this engine that they created for Black Desert. So I imagine, you know, Black Desert was their first engine, and they did a great job when you consider what they've done with it, right, over the years. But it obviously has its limitations. It was their first time, so I am really interested to see how they improved their second engine based off of everything they learned with this one. And I think you would be naive, even though Crimson Desert, and I'm not talking about any of you guys specifically, I'm speaking generally, right? But I think people would be naive to think that even though Crimson Desert is a single-player game, that this doesn't create a very comfortable launching point for a BDO2 in the future. Because they'll already have an engine, a new engine set up for it, and they will already have a lot of assets that, obviously in Crimson Desert, being a single-player game, they'll still be able to reuse a lot of those assets within that engine for a BDO2 in the future. And even more so, yeah, that's the bigger thing, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that. What Kinjara said is they could end up licensing it out, and maybe we'll finally actually see games, MMOs, being built on a, you know, obviously, take this with a grain of salt. We still got to see the engine in play here, but, you know, hopefully we have something better than the Unreal Engine for MMOs, because it turns out the Unreal Engine is not it for MMOs. There are so few MMOs that have ever felt okay on the Unreal Engine. There are so many games that have just been MMOs that have been built on the Unreal Engine and just felt like fucking trash. We might get something like a GTA 5 online, huh? Isn't there already a GTA 5? Crimson Desert's releasing in less than a week, so I feel like I don't fully understand that. It's just not designed for MMOs. I don't know if it's necessarily... I don't think it's really designed... I think that's true at face value, but I don't think it's not designed for MMOs either, right? I think it's just an engine that's used, that's been made to aid in the development of games in general. And yeah, it's very clearly not ideal for MMOs. There have been very few MMOs that have felt okay on the Unreal Engine. Terra being one of the few. Oh! I see what you mean now. Yeah, they're going to add multiplayer functionality at a later date with it. And yeah, they did hint at that one point, but they've also changed their mind on multiple things with it, right? Because originally, it was supposed to be an MMO, but now it's a single-player experience. And then it was supposed to be like a prequel to BDO, but now it's just like the same universe, but not the same time, right? Timeline. So, one thing I've learned over the years with Pearl Abyss is they like to spitball openly a lot. It's like they're doing those boardroom spitballing meetings in the public. I'm doing pretty good, Luna. Yeah, yeah. And they do that so much every ball, right, Devios? It's like I swear, they have their devs sitting in the background, and every ball the devs are sweating. They're like, okay, what promises are they going to make this time? And then the guy gets up on stage and starts feeling himself and just starts fucking saying shit. And they're like, no, we can't do that with this engine. Why is he saying that? And then it just disappears. All of a sudden, we're like fucking 6 years later, and we're like, remember when they talked about the climbing life skill? Remember when they talked about Calphion versus Valencia? Rudum class? Oh, I would love a Rudum class. I think a Rudum class would be so cool. Not a game dev, but even we do that here? Yeah. I just feel like they should do that behind closed doors. It feels like just whoever's in charge just is feeling themselves, and they do it up on stage before they even talk to the people who know what the limits are.
Come on, let's go, Zeph. Do you maybe know how we should connect our Crimson Desert pre-order bought with BVO PC launcher to get freebies in a week?
Yeah, you wait until your pre-order comes through and they give you a code and you redeem it in game. When someone bitches about something on Reddit, do you actually think the devs read it and listen to it? Because I shit you not, we had a meeting the other day at work based off of a Reddit thread, and we made changes because of that Reddit thread. Really? No, I definitely believe it does happen occasionally. I don't think they listen to everything, but I think if something gets enough traction, that it might, like somebody like Etsu or Enlave, like community managers, right? Who it's their responsibility to be in touch with the community. I think when they see something gaining traction, then they will forward it to the people that that should see it. But I don't think, like, they're not obviously sitting on Reddit reading everything. It's just the stuff that's starting to blow up and gaining traction amongst the community. I could definitely see that shit getting forwarded through the pipeline. Yeah. Maybe it's time for me to blow up Sage. Time for me to make a big Reddit post and get every single Sage. The thing is, though, the problem with Sage is there's so many people out there that are just so mad at Sage that even if I advocate for any type of bug fixes, if there's anything if I write a page of shit and there's anything in there but nerfs, it's gonna get downvoted by a bunch of people. Because at this point, people are like, oh, a class is strong? No, it doesn't deserve to have any bugs fixed. It doesn't deserve any quality of life until it's nerfed into the ground first. I hate trying to have conversations about classes while they're fucking strong. Because it's just a bunch of nonsense. You can't have rational conversations about them. That's their weakness, yeah. The Black Shrine bosses? Oh, which ones? Where's my Black Shrine? So right now, Duxini is the best one, but Apex and Bamboo are right behind it, and then any of the C10s after that. Yeah. Yeah, I did 3 Aduxinis this week just so I got them done. So I don't have to, like, oh, there's the insurance guy. Or is somebody calling me? 1 second. Ah, it was the insurance thing. Or sorry, it wasn't the insurance thing. It was about my thing coming my way. They could also use Crimson Desert to test for porting Black Desert over the new engine. I mean, the likelihood of that is obviously not zero, but it's really close to zero. It's a similar likelihood that they reuse the Adonia stones. It's not zero, but I don't think enough people understand the type of work and effort it would take to port BDO any game over to a whole new engine. But man, we can dream. Holy, can we dream? I swear to God, if they did that, the next time I flew down to PA's office, I'd try to find out the man responsible for making that decision, and I would gag on them. Holy. The things I would do to them, not even their spouses would do. Kiwi's out here wants a decision. Kiwi wants to make the decision. Kiwi trying to get freaky. No, I was saying if they decided to port BDO over to the Black Space engine, the Crimson Desert engine, if they did that, I would become the biggest Pearl Abyss simp, because I don't want to say that I understand what an undertaking that is, because I feel like even I'm underestimating it, and I know it's a massive undertaking. And I still think I'm underestimating it. But if they ever did that, I would become the biggest Pearl Abyss simp ever. Yeah, I believe that to be true, Vosh. And I feel what Crimson Desert is a good launching point for a new MMO, because they now already have an engine set up, and all they have to do, and they already have a ton of assets remade, right? Because they already have a ton of BDO related things. You watch any of those trailers, if you're a BDO player, the whole trailer, you're like, hey, I recognize that. I recognize that. Oh, cool, they put that in this game. Oh, they put that in that game. Oh, cool, that looks like that class. That looks like this class, right? There's so many things from the BDO universe that are already in that game. So it's very clearly a really, really good launching point for BDO 2 if they decide to do it. And yeah, I have no qualms with walking away from my progression. Now, it'd be nice if they gave us something. If we could link our BDO 1 account, BDO 2 account, and like all of our Pearl transactions carry over. That's obviously extremely unlikely, but if it were, you know, that'd be sick. But, you know, These are all just pixels to me. This doesn't mean shit. You guys want to know what matters to me? I'll show you guys what matters to me in this game, you guys. It's not these pixels. You want to see what matters to me, you guys? This is what matters to me. Uh-oh. Did I break shit? Why was it doing that? This is what matters to me, chat. This is what I take from BDO and potentially bring to the next game. It's you guys. It's the relationships, the experiences, the friendships, the enemies. This is what comes with us to the next game.
None of the pixels. Bro's talking about our money? What are you talking about, slap shit? Slap shit. Following since 16/20/23, never subbed to me. You ain't giving me a dime.
And I'm still talking about you, slap shit. But I tell you what, I'd like you a little bit more if you did. Oh, shit. No, but for real though, you guys, like, I know it sounds fucking corny as hell, but these pixels and everything, they don't mean shit. None of this goes anywhere with us once we leave this game. But the relationships, the memories, the experiences, this is the shit that matters. This is the shit that you will remember in future games, and you'll reflect back on these moments, the people you had fun with. That's the shit that really matters. The stupid little arguments you have, they don't seem stupid at the time. You dig your heels in and you fight back tooth and nail like it's your identity being attacked. But then in a year from now, you realize that it was a stupid fucking argument. Crimson Desert is a multiplayer MMO? No, that's not what I said. Yeah, that's it. Fuck you. Everybody else can come with me to the next game but that guy. I do hope for a BDO 2 too.
About stupid arguments. Why you don't play on Remaster Boss?
Because I don't like the bloom. If I had more control over the way the game looked in Remastered, I would, but I do not like the bloom. So instead I play on the setting just below Remastered. I actually need to restart my game. Am I still doing a 24-hour stream for Crimson Desert? Well, I never said... Oh, I guess I suggested that I might, but no, I'm definitely not now. The thing is Crimson Desert doesn't start until 5 p.m. my time. So we're going to start the day with some BDO into Crimson Desert. And then as soon as we can get onto Crimson Desert, we're going to put a rod in the water in BDO. I'll definitely play that at least until midnight my time. And then I'll probably go to bed, wake up early the next morning, and dive right back into it. But might be 6 now? Yeah, whatever time it is. I just don't think that As much as I would like to do a 24-hour stream, I would end up falling asleep on you guys. It would end up being a sleep stream. Me asleep in my chair, and then it would be like 7 a.m. in the morning, and you'd know you'd know I'm about to wake up because all of a sudden there'd be a giant tent in front of me. Tent stream sounds cool. Did I ever get a controller? I didn't. No, I want to play mouse and keyboard. I should have got a controller though. I don't know. Viagra is a hell of a drug. Speaking of Viagra, so my dad went to go see the doctor, and they gave him some medication because they thought they saw some inflammation on a scan, and they didn't tell him the side effects of it. So I was talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I woke up at 2 in the morning, and what they didn't tell me about the medication is I would wake up with a painful erection for the next 4 hours. He's like, I don't think I'm going to take that medication anymore. That's some real shit. My dad basically is like, yeah, who cares about getting better? I'd rather die than deal with an erection. Can still play Tower 12. Hey, 12 hours is my limit. My brain is numb. When I do these longer streams, oh my god. Was it last week? No, it was the week before. Those 2 weekends before that, when I did like the 13-hour streams, my brain is so numb after. I legit shut down after. I shut that shit down. I turn off the stream. I don't even do anything else in the computer. I just put myself on a dummy. I go upstairs. I sit on the couch in the little corner spot in the sun, and I just fucking close my eyes with the sun on me. I gotta turn my brain off because you guys have melted that shit. You know, you said that frozen grapes thing enough, Kinjara, that I'm starting to wonder if it's a joke. What's your nickname at work? Are you called the wine press, Kinjara? To be fair, Dragor probably had a lot to do with it. Yeah, there are some people that definitely press my buttons. I also lean into it a bit more than I should. It's fun entertainment. So, creates a little bit more of an exciting moment than me just doing circles in silence. Not built like my goat Kiwi? Clearly not. What was my class before Sage? Guardian and Warrior. Guardian very briefly, Warrior primarily. I got my warrior tagged right now too. Look at that. Sycraia underwater ruins. I brought that shit down here. Nope. Suck warrior, sure, not awaken. You gotta spend too much time waiting for everything to group up. It's just not what it used to be. Where Sage, I can start damage and stuff while I'm waiting. It's also, Sage is much more comfortable at getting behind for back attacks. I think I'm gonna have tacos tonight, chat. Feeling like tacos. I think tonight's a taco night. Asada? What's asada? Carne asada is a Mexican dish consisting of thin, marinally-made grilled steak, typically. Oh, okay. Well, I know what carne is. That means meat, doesn't it? Because if you have like chili con carne, that's like chili with meat, right? I just didn't know what asada was. I guess that means steak? Meat steak? No, I just got ground beef though. I typically make my own like taco seasoning too, which is pretty easy to make. I just use garlic salt, ground cumin, chili powder, some black pepper. I feel like I'm missing something. Onion powder? Yeah, and you just mix it up together, mix it into your ground beef while you're cooking. Cumin is what gives it that taco flavor. Paprika? Maybe it's smoked paprika, maybe some in there. I feel like those other spices though will overwhelm the paprika. Paprika is, I don't know. Probably could add it. I don't know how much it would do. It certainly, you know, adds more color, for sure. But yeah, do that, ground beef, shred some cheese, dice up some lettuce, tomato, avocado. I don't have any beans. I got some refried beans. You could crack a can open of those, put those on the tacos. That'd be alright. Oh, jalapenos too. Al Pastor. What is that? Al Pastor. Let's Google it. Traditional Mexican dish served marinated pork. Ooh, what do they marinate that shit in? El Pastor translates to shepherd style, referencing spit roasting. Yo! Anybody in chat want to get spit roasted? Yo, Kiwi, you there? So what do they do? Let's see. Garlic, vinegar, spices such as cumin, cloves, cinnamon. Pineapple is a defining ingredient. Oh, and anchovy paste. Thought it said anchovy paste for a second. Ancho. Chopped onion, cilantro, and a wedge of lime. That sounds great. The way this picture is set up too, it looks like it kind of reminds me of like shawarma, where they got that big thing spinning and they cut off pieces of it and shave it into your thing to make sure you got like the maximum amount of little crispy edge pieces. That shit looks good. Oh, I just noticed somebody asked, anybody in Sycraia? Like 20 fucking minutes ago. Oh, look at the time. I guess I should wrap it up. Time for me to go, chat. Time for me to go. We're gonna finish this rotation because there's a paint. A purple paint waiting for me in one of these mobs. No. If you want more bosses, you kill more frogs. The Shadow Knights are completely separate. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to kill the waves of frogs. The waves of frogs as fast as possible, so you get as many bosses as possible. But while you're killing the frogs as fast as possible, you're also trying to keep the Shadow Knights on cooldown. That's the goal for that spot. Yeah, it's not priests. You can actually sit there off to the side and just kill frogs and no Shadow Knights at all, and you will eventually spawn the boss. You'll actually spawn the boss a bit faster if you just focus only on the frogs, but you'll get less trash overall because you're not getting the extra mobs, right? As soon as we finish this orb, I'm gonna call it, chat. I'm gonna go hop in my vehicle, start driving, so I can immediately get a phone call from this fucking tax guy. Or, sorry, insurance guy. Got taxes on my brain too, because I gotta file that shit. Gotta wait for the government to tell me that I fucking gotta pay him 12 grand or some bullshit. I'm super thrilled for that. What's my advice on Orbita? Similar to Zephyros? Orbita? No, Orbita, it's about killing the towers. And the Titans. Kill the towers and Titans as fast as you can. How's it going? Etsu, you always pop in just as I'm leaving, man. I swear to God. Last time you were in here like 30 minutes before I'm leaving. I'm just about to go, Etsu. People are going to think that I'm, people are going to think I'm afraid of you or something. Every time you pop in here, I'm calling it a day. Wait. Oh, he's about to ask. What you think of Global Lab? He's typing it. He's typing it. He's typing it. Yeah. I mean, in general, kind of meh, right? There's not really a lot in there that affects me, so nothing to really get excited about. Let me take a quick little gander over it before I head out. See if there was anything that caught my eye specifically. I mean, a new group grind spot is cool. You know me, I don't like doing group grinds, but I think adding more group grinding is a very good thing for BDO as long as it doesn't start to feel mandatory. So I like that you guys are adding more group grind to the game. I think there's a ton of people in the community that want to be able to do that with their homies. I think outside of that, though, there's nothing really else that noteworthy in there, right? Yeah, there's the new group grind spot. Other than that, it's like mainly like UI changes and stuff. I mean, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I'm always thankful that this is a game. We play a game where every week we're excited to see what's on Global Lab. I think people take that for granted. But in regards to how this patch will affect me, I would obviously call it a bust because there's like nothing in there for me. But that's obviously selfish of me. Crimson Desert soon? Yup. And we get to finally leave Etsu behind. I'll be free from BDO. I will wait for you. Yeah, I'll be back. My rod will be in the water. You can come fish beside me, Etsu. We could be fishing buddies. Is it Crimson Desert like 10 or 20 hour gameplay? And well, it depends on how you play that type of game, right? If your intent is just to go through the main story, then yeah, it'll probably be, I think, maybe 30 hours if you try to rush through the main story. But a game like that isn't designed to just be the main story, right? The purpose of a game like that, they're saying more like 60, well, maybe 60. Even then, right? If you're just going through the main story, a game like that is designed to try to distract you. So, like, you log in that morning and you're like, okay, today I'm going to go kill this boss that's part of the main story. And on the way, on that journey, you get distracted by something where you're like, oh, wait, I can upgrade my house. Or, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll try fishing. Or, hey, what's that in the distance? I want to go explore that. So, like, you might end up spending like an extra 20 hours within a 1 hour section of the main story, right? Who is they? All the other people in the room with me, obviously. Duh. You can't see all the people behind me? I'm not schizo, I swear. What if PA focuses more on Crimson Desert for future DLC after it makes more money than BDO? Then what if? If Crimson Desert makes more money than BDO and is a better game than BDO, I have no issue with them focusing on it. They're a business, they're not a charity. And if they have a better product that I enjoy more, I will go play that product. Yeah, I don't think they'll completely, as long as BDO is making the money, they're not going to completely let it go, you guys. You don't need to, and I'm not saying any of you guys are, but there are people out there who are like on the attack. They're super defensive, like, oh my God, if Crimson Desert ends up better than BDO, they might cancel BDO and shut down my servers. It's like, well, no, if BDO is still making them money, they're not going to be like, huh, we have this other thing that's making us money, but we don't want money anymore, so we're going to shut that down. Right? That's not going to happen. So, don't be worried about your BDO. I'm excited. I hope this ends up being a good launching point for BDO 2 and we get to all start fresh on a brand new game on a better engine in the future. I will walk away from every single one of these pixels. I do not care. If there's a better MMO out there for me to play, I would much rather have that than hold on to these pixels. Yeah. Oh, there's definitely a massive opportunity for them to drive traffic from Crimson Desert back to BDO. There's a massive opportunity for that. Okay, but I'm going to head out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's see who's streaming. Let's see who's streaming. I'll send you guys over to 0 today. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We will be back tomorrow. Oh, from here on out, we're going to be having longer streams, chat. So, thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Probably won't stream in 2K tomorrow. It seems largely unnecessary. Nobody even mentions it. Nobody notices. Doesn't seem to add any value. Just adds more complication. But thanks for hanging out. Catch you later. Say hi to 0, by the way.